Hello. I don't know why I didn't plug my phone in before I did all of this. Okay, let me at least get this started loading. Takes a minute. Oh my gosh. That's going down. Oh, I hate noise. Okay. So we're town rank A. I think there's a meeting, and then they'll tell us what we can do. This mic is not loose. Yeah, it was falling. Put it back. Completely loosen it. Okay, that's so much better. No, it's secure. Why is it taking a while to load? I don't think anything happens right away. Okay, so nothing happened. Something was. Well, I gotta say, the crop display was the real show stealer at the Harvest Festival. Oh. I gotta say, the Harvest Festival was a whole lot more fun with you by my side. Are you heading to town, darling? If you find some fresh treats, get some for me. I need to decorate this little area. So I think the kitchen is good. If I add more, it'll be too much. I want a fireplace, but I want a fireplace up too. I gotta leave space for the door. Okay, well that'll be part of my goal. Oh, wait. I gotta wait. Have you tried making banana fritters? I haven't closed my recipe if you want to make it. Let me know what you think. Well, that's nice. I didn't have that recipe before. I like to look at the... Oh, it's Luke's birthday. Okay. We'll make him some tomato soup. And flour banana. Make some tomato. Oh, I don't have a lot of tomatoes. Well, Luke, you better make it. Oh yeah, and how many? I think I need 2 lockets, and I need to make sure when I get sweet potatoes whew, that I save one. So she's here, but where is Valentina? That's weird. Valentina's still at home. Macy has an event. Go to the beach, but I also have to give her a locket. So, okay, it is Luke, Macy. Of events. Garden Lane, we'll get there. I gotta go to the beach right now. Okay. General store, I'm not gonna remember that. Enter. Okay. Let me get a couple lockets for these people. Got Luke's gift. Oh man, I have a lot of stuff in my pocket. Oh yeah, there's one of each because of the festival. It's like, why do I have... You know what? Putting rice there will be good because there's some stuff I need to use rice for. And actually, let me take this rice and put 9. I'll have some. And, I mean... Oh, choke. Okay. Well, guessing my pockets are full. Not quite. Right. Nice, we're gonna have decent money today. Alright, so... Not quick. Where's the rice? Let's be honest. Oh, it is full now. Okay. Let me sell the bugs. Those. That. I don't know about that. We can sell one. Sell that. I want to put some stuff here. Okay, 2 is perfect. I need more osmium kelp. Yeah, they're all being used. But I have an aging barrel down here. And then with these, I'm going to use the diamonds to fully upgrade items that I have, the tools. Because I know their value is high. and rubies are what I want to duplicate. Red barrels I can sell. These I need to hold on to. And I need to open these. There's also... What I need though is to get these all down. Transferred. So that I have space for their stuff. The jam, put the coffee. Put the fruit and vegetables. Huh. Get the juice and stuff. Alright, well, let me try. Billy's fine. Billy the goat. Try to get stuff working, and then I will upgrade, or not upgrade, but enchant my tools. I'll be done with that, because I don't have to think about that. Oh, I was supposed to be going to... Oh yeah, duh. We don't ever go in here. I was supposed to be going to the... what's it called? The beach. Fine. Need to get the horse and do some stuff. I can go quickly. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. Ooh, is that celery? No. That's celery. I don't know why I like celery. Probably because you can't get it. You can't grow it. Okay. Misadventures with V. Guess what? We had the best day. That took me to the beach and I stood up on the surfboard for like 10 minutes. It was closer to 1 minute, but you did great, Starfish. You're a natural. I don't know. It seems dangerous. It's not dangerous. It's fun. Oh, and I found the coolest shell. You want to see it? Yeah. Awesome. I left it inside. Come with me. We need to talk some more about this surfing thing. We need to make decisions like this together. Okay. Next time I'll ask first. And, you know, I told Valentina she couldn't go to the beach until she finished all her homework. Suki, let's not talk about Valentina right now. We never talk about anything else. What else are you supposed to talk about? Hello, what else is there to talk about? How do you feel about us? What do you mean? Since the divorce, have your feelings for me changed? I think we're in a good place, aren't we? I mean, we're doing a good job for Valentina. We're figuring out this co-parenting thing. I'm not talking about Valentina. I'm talking about us, you and me. Wait, are you saying... Uh-oh. Alright, let's get back on the horse. I think that was the beach. In. Down. He is carpenter. Garden. Close. Sunny and windy. Okay, he's the beach. Oh yeah, Sam's. Okay, go to Erica and Frank's house. Oh. Okay, so there's 2 at the Carpenters. That's good. Town center. Oh, that's anytime. I didn't get lockets. Ugh, so annoying. And West Beach. That's his birthday. Okay. First we go home. I need to get these lockets. Quit playing games. Get these lockets. Ooh. I'm gonna get 3 because if I get 2, then I'm gonna feel like I forgot somebody. It's only 2. I'm gonna be in this many. Oh, because it's not that, it's blacksmith. Duh. Oh, that's fine, because this will be my hobby next year. Oh, I have 2. That makes sense. Oh no, one is gold, one is the... I don't know where I'm going, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening. Alright, let's go this way. I know these rocks are not growing in the way. I went to the lake the other day after delivering something to the mayor. I was having my lunch and it started raining, so I went under a tree in Alon Square to wait it up, and I saw the Cupid blossom blossoming. Are you sure? I know, I was shocked too. I got my camera now. Let's catch it. Oh, look, look. Whoa. We got what we need. I'm gonna start writing and send it to Pokio Daily. Thank you. I wouldn't have done this without you. Alright. Oh, great. I got the wonderful crayfish today. I don't remember how long it took for the other one to leave. Alice. Yay, with no oil drills around here, we should expect more people booking our inn soon. You did so much to make this happen. We owe you a lot. Thank you for recognizing that. Why are we sad? Looks like cauliflower on my head. Not a lotus. Is it me, or it feels like I've been seeing you a lot lately? Oh, you look sad. What's going on? Yeah, farming is tiring. It really is. With a farm that big, I'm surprised you can do them all by yourself. Yeah, I know. Kenny doesn't help. It's impressive. Hang in there. You got this. That is the most random question for this conversation. Why did you become a doctor? I'm just gonna ask it. The money is good. I like being a doctor. I have always wanted to become one since I was little. It certainly was not only because of the money. As cliche as it sounds, I do try to help as many sick people as I can. While I can. Hmm? When I was about 6 or 7 years old, my cousin died in my hands. Yuri, help, emergency. Gotta go. Alright, we're still a crayfish. Trash. Gotta go to... I'm gonna leave you right here. Get this flower, because why not? Not that we need another flower. Time yet. Oh, family meeting, Jenga. Alright, everyone. Let's see who has the steadiest hand tonight. You're all going down. I've been practicing. Sure, let's see you back that up. Oh, Betty's sitting in the chair. Uh-oh, looks like the cats are interested in our game. They just want to play too. Get down. Easy, Noah, you got this. The fact that they're letting the cats interfere is crazy. Woohoo! Typical cat. Oh no! The cats had it out for us from the start. Well, that's one way to end a game. Alright, new game. How about Monopoly? Maybe the cats will leave that one alone. Still crave. I absolutely love their house. No, I say it every time I'm in here. Pretty sure it's my favorite. And they have a garage that you can go into. Love it. Oh, and they have two little motorbikes. Alright, we gotta go. Oh yeah, Carpenters. Let's go by the Carpenters. Because there's a couple events over there. Get this. Man-faced stink bug. Hi, Nina. Now that the Harvest Festival is over, winter's just around the corner. I can feel the cold setting in already. You need a... No, you already got a locket. Do that. Take it down. Penny, where are you going? Where do you hang out? Oh, we can't do anything. We have already spoken. Alright, I gotta go inside. Talk to our friend Joko. Hey, you sure brought that sunshine with you to the Harvest Festival this year. Try. Mr. Beaks isn't moving, Mom. I know, Archie. Maybe he's sleeping. Oh gosh. His eyes are open. Well, maybe he's just resting. I guess. I know. Maybe I can make him a little pillow. Sure, that'd be nice. That was quick. How'd you do that? Just a couple of cotton balls and some glue. Here, let's see if he likes it. There. I don't know. Do you think he wants a bigger one? I think you need to leave the bird alone. He probably just needs to rest, Archie. Why don't we just let him be for a bit? Okay. Rest the poor bird out. Why don't you go outside for a little bit? Take a walk, get some fresh air. It'll be good for you. No, I want to stay. Okay. Still great. Isn't that the corridor? Or is it a different time? I'll knock these things out. West Beach. Excuse me. Did I give Raj? Yeah, Raj is close. Okay. We need mushrooms and I gotta reset. Gotta reset these because it's just too much. We get the sisters because they eat the same thing. I don't know what he loves. Yeah, Carpenter Corridor. Maybe I need to exit and come back. I need to find Yuri. The lake. Why I always do that? Ben, because he's close and I know what he loves. I now know what she loves. Where is she? Yeah, we gotta get some muffins. She's at our favorite spot. At Raj. Why do I always do that? There. Don't know what you love. I don't have what you love. Yeah. Joko the beach. Okay. We didn't actually go on the beach. Sam's. I'm kidding. We need to find Luke and give him a locket to exit the store and come back. Unless I miss the time. Okay, well, we'll just have to do it tomorrow because somebody doesn't want to see me. We're in the kitchen. Yeah, no. So we'll go to the beach. We just came. So this isn't beachy enough for you? Okay. Let me give this to Macy and make sure. Yes. We'd love to get to know us better. Awesome. Yeah, we already got stuff from there. So the other one is by the lake. I don't even have to waste looking because I remember that one. Oh, did I change and change the time back? So I was like, time is going by quick. That would be why. I should probably. No, I want to give this to. Well, I'm here already. I need to find Luke too. He loves to get us to know us better. So, and yeah, let me find Luke. They're closed, I know that, but okay, he's up by the lab. Oop. I'm still full from all the food at the Harvest Festival. I thought he said today. Well, here's some more food. Birthday gift. This is my absolute favorite. You're welcome. Let me see. Do we need? Sure, we need hearts. Look at that. I got 2 gifts for you. I got this locket because it's gonna happen. Love to get to know us better. Awesome. And let's get to hang out because I don't remember last time I hung out with him. I do need to go diving, so I like the bonfire. Sounds fun. Just let me prepare. I need to get some kelp. Thank you for the lovely time. Can we do this again soon? Sure, why not? Right. Man, I forgot there's actually one other thing that I wanted to do, which is why I have all this stuff in my pocket, because I can't go diving with just one space. Let's be real. I know myself. I'm going to enchant my tools so I can get rid of red beryl and diamond. Grew. Grew don't remember how two things after stuck for so long. I don't know what you said either, so. Here, you want crayfish? So slow. Grew no like, but grew take. Well, you're welcome. Oh, we need to upgrade it. Nothing to add. For tea. Need to do that one again. Right, but can't we go higher on some of these? I don't know if we can go higher. Okay. There's different colors. I don't use that much. Do that one. Okay. And I think purple might be the highest color. Oh. Okay. You can get over 100. Oh, actually, yes, I do. Because of the mine. The ruby. I don't have items. Alright. That was fun, I guess. Bungum Human. Vanquished evil has been. Joyous occasion it is. Lot of food at Lake Festival. Big shiny cow. Humans know how to celebrate. Yes, we do. There's fish here. Polka dot bat. Go back to the farm. Kind of feel like today was wasted, but it wasn't. Oh, isn't there someone who wants to meet me at the beach? Do it. It was the West Beach. Assuming it's over here. Right? Oh, did I miss the time? My bad. Wasn't it you? Till 7. Oh, wow. 6 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, I was busy living life. Oh, shoot. I forgot to go to Sam's. It's fine. And yeah, I was at the beach. And I don't know. Okay. Go back home. I gotta water the plants. There is celery there. No, it's a frog. Ooh, I can put. I'll pretend like he's gonna eat some. Know what I'm trying to do. Um, I want all of this moved over. How can all be moved? Oh yeah, I was gonna go underwater. I gotta empty so much cotton, don't I? Whatever, I probably do. I'm gonna have to come back. Those were seeds. Oh man. Wait, let me take all of these and compare them. Well, I don't need to compare that one because of osmium. But I have osmium of the others, I feel like. Oh, where are they? Oh, shoot. And this one. If I can find. Okay. This is petty, but this is what I need to do. Not petty, but tedious. Okay, I looked in there a million times. Okay, I knew I had it. Now it's the mataki. think. Oh, I didn't donate that. Okay. Make sure I didn't displace. Going to double the ruby and silver fork, because I think it's the silver fork that gives that sells for the most. Silver fork and silver spoon. Or is it the big fork and big spoon? I gotta double check. Mushrooms? No. Well, yes, but I already got that. Pretty sure I put mushrooms in here. Just. I didn't. Okay. None in there. Wait, century egg. The one that I can sell. Oh, nice. Artisan product. I need to get these. Don't want it to keep going. Aged nice. No mushrooms, but we do have stuff we can give tomorrow. Yeah, and I can put these in there. And there's this. And actually, let me take this. Alright, I'm just gonna use the. Um, yeah, let me see fish. This fish is not there. Nope. Okay, I'll sell this one. Since I see it. Anything else though? Grove beetle. No, I'm gonna sell that. Gotta start making more bug stuff. Did I go to duplicate the ruby? I think I did. Why don't I put both? May not be. Yeah, I did. And then, okay, a little bit of time. I'm gonna move the extra stuff out of the one. Put this stuff. I want to decorate this. Can't when there's extra machines. I mean, we can put that there. Ooh, but I don't want to put it there right now. But from here on out, make glass. And why not put a little bit in there? You know? This is nicer. It's cleaner. Can fully decorate. And then I'll eventually decorate this one once I get it together. Need these to be put somewhere. Figure out what to do with them later. To make compost. That needs to be sold. Alright, I'll go to sleep. You don't have to tell me twice. There, are you asleep already? Go to sleep early. Oh, you don't want me to talk to you? Okay. Luke went up, Macy went up, and Yuri went up. What did I sell? Oh, cotton cloth counts for farming. Oh, the eggs. Okay. So what else is made from large mayonnaise? 345. Okay, so it's more yeah, more than double. Huh. The Age Coffee 4K. Mm-hmm. That might end up being more when it's osmium than the llama yarn. Okay. Trying to plan in advance for what's his name next year. Okay. Alright, I gotta make sure I have gifts for everybody for the week, because I didn't give anybody gifts yesterday except for, well, but it didn't count because it was his birthday. With pufferfish gone, I can feel a sense of calm creeping back around here. Thank you, this peace is all thanks to your hard work. Incredible how time flies, isn't it? I was shocked to wake up this morning and realize it's already the 17th. No, that's right. You've really got a knack for handling the animals. Okay. Okay, we can try mooncakes for Noah. No, it's his mom's. Didn't I get pumpkin? That's Valentina. That's for Lily. And that's all the pancakes we need for right now. Green smoothies for the twins. Oh shoot. Two of them, duh. Say twins. Like the same. It'll stack. Okay, and guac. I'll do guac for Macy. Oh. One tomato left. I'm gonna save it for tomato soup. Okay, let me also do my bug jerky stuff. I can see those. To consolidate everything, I don't need that. I don't ever want flies because there's so many flies available. Flies and crickets. There's a lot of fireflies. We don't need those. Mm-mm-mm. A lot of centipedes. Need to catch. Wasps are. Backs are easy to catch. I want that because that's what we're duplicating. And then one of the butterflies. Let me get this down. Yikes, that's a lot. And that's olive wing and poly. Oh. And what is Polyphemus? Oh, it's great. Okay, that's one. Similar. Okay. I think as of right now, because I gotta figure out who likes what bug and yeah, and what bug sells for the most, and I need to start using those. And then fish, because I have so many fish. Definitely don't need that. I don't need shrimp at all. Selling all my shrimp and all my crayfish. Done. We don't need chubs. They're easy to catch. I don't need angelfish either. Angelfish. I need to duplicate that for Wakaru. Have sea cucumber. Yes. Mackerel, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm over it. Now let's dump. Please forgive me for such an abrupt end to our conversation yesterday. Duty calls, yada yada yada. Will you meet me tonight at the beach after work? Of course. Now we have oh my gosh. I've not complaining. Okay. It is morning. Time to let the animals out. Let me see if I can bring some milk. Wonder why one of them is still not giving me any large. Weird. Nothing. Nothing. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, food. I need to get these out of my pockets. Oh, I didn't even water anything yesterday. Oops. And I need to because some of these, some of these, I put them down with just enough time. Doggone it. Alright, let me do that right now. Or, what I was planning on doing, oh, that's why I need kelp. Okay, I need gold and osmium. And I didn't even go... This is the worst. I didn't even go in the greenhouse. This is the easy part. All I have to do is come in here and do this. And then shake the trees. And I can leave everything. Hang until the next day. Ridiculous. I'll figure it all out later if I don't want these to be done. Let me put the flowers in there too. And the fish. Okay. And then this can go in there because it's literally lining up. I'll water my stuff. I want to pretend to be a farmer. I gotta actually water my stuff every now and then. Even though yeah, I was doing that for that. That'll be better. And then I'll just be moving this stuff again. Oh no, we want it to stay where it's. I don't know if I'm completely done, but okay, so all of that will be covered, so we need to get that. It doesn't matter. It's gonna matter to me tomorrow. But what matters right now is that I get the bird. Perfect. The inventory full. 8. 28? Yeah, I got enough days. Perfect. Okay, I am about to go to the mine. Why I was trying to get rid of a lot of this stuff. I'll take that with me. For what though? I know I need grass, but I can get it another day. Let me just go to the mine. I know I need kelp. But the mine takes forever. I'm not even gonna be full health, am I? Oh, of course. I like that it says inventory. But whatever. Alright. Cave. Oh, perfect. Explosives. Oh. I didn't bring any of my other explosives. I hate when I do that. This is... How many rocks do I have at home? Because this is concerning. Okay, we good. Let me make sure there's nothing special over here that I missed. And yep. Okay. Slime goop. Yes. Love some explosives. We can afford to get through here to level 100. Toast deck. Another boring level. I have not fought you. I saw you yesterday. Perfect. Have I really not gotten any explosive? Okay. Alright. Cool. High roller. The new sword. I don't think I've seen it. Uh-oh. Is it at the is it at the what's it called? The guild? Yeah, okay. I'll have to go look. Get out of here. The best one is purplish pinkish. Okay. Go look. Oop. Get on this level. The best way you could explain it. Understood. Oh no, I didn't get any more explosives. He said, how's everything? Oh, everything is going good. Thanks for asking. How have you been? I finally got town rank A, so I'm excited to get all the attractions and stuff, but I haven't had, I don't know if there's like a town meeting where they explain that. I haven't done any of that. Did I not open? No, I didn't. Oh. Is full. I didn't get. Guess we'll never know. Care about the rest. Mushrooms. Oh, there's a fish. I think I might want the fish. I haven't fought this one. Have you seen that before? Just heading to work? Nice. I just got off work. I fought you. I don't know if I fought them. Go ahead and fight them. Oh, there's two of you. Oh, I don't like that. Did I get both? Bunch of rocks. explosive. Let me see. I could also craft. Okay. At least that gives me an opening and explosives. Let me move it around. Only 2 o'clock. More explosives. And of course I didn't get the explosive. Dykes get. How am I not picking up the explosives? And not put it here? I need space. I don't need any of these mushrooms. Being honest. I didn't even see this. Doo-doo. Nothing else. Not that I need it, but no? Well, then I don't want it. Well, maybe I do. How close are we? Are we at 90 at least? Yeah. I don't really feel like going all the way through this level. So, okay. Mm. Okay. Mm. No. There's no thing. Okay, at least I got more explosives. Okay, perfect. Need the print. Did I just get some? Yeah. Need. I don't want fiber. And I don't want wood. Oh, shoot. Want it? my goodness. Alright, there's an explosive. Oh my gosh, I'm about to get. More explosive. And no explosive. Nope. I don't know what all is over here. There's the mushroom, no, there's something else. Gotta be something else besides wood. No? Went back there. Right. Anything else special? Nope. For that. Oh shoot. Oh, another one. There's only one. Well, let me get rid of the fish. I open it? No, I didn't. Okay. Perfect. I wasn't even paying attention. A memory of Gort. Oh, big old turtle. And there's a seal. 2 seals. Should Gort make fire bigger? Ooh, I don't think so. No need, brother. Allow Gyu. May this fire bring warmth to all. He is his own worst enemy. Gort thought Gort's magic was good too. Of course it was good. Memorable this night. This night you have made, Gyu. Remarkable your talent is, truly. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Right, we got his 4th. Oh, there's only 5, right? Okay, well, that'll have to wait till tomorrow, because that was a lot. You're almost free, Gort. If possible. Of course. Heck up out of here. I didn't even get my... I always do that. I didn't check for a goddess blessing. No blessing makes sense. So, Macy, 6 o'clock, I need to go to the beach. 6 o'clock. That's it. I need to also go to... I know where I need to go. Oh, 6 o'clock right now. Let me not waste time. I missed it already. Oh, I'm not even meeting her. You came. I was just back from work and about to eat my sandwich at the pier. Let's go. Somebody passed out at the cavern yesterday and apparently lost a lot of items. I can't name names though. That was random to tell me. Anyway, earlier I was telling you why I became a doctor. When I was about 6 or 7, I had my last playdate with someone. She was one of my closest cousins. The cousin in the picture that fell. Yeah, that one. You remember. She and I were around the same age and we liked the same thing. It was always me and her. But that day I remember dancing with her and all of a sudden she passed out in my arms. My uncle, her dad, took her to the hospital right away and she never returned. I was too young to understand that Huma had been in a treatment long before that happened. Her condition worsened every day until her body couldn't fight anymore. My heart broke a little every time I remember her, and not a day passes without me thinking about her. I wanted to be one of those people who helped Hima, those who fought the battle with her, but stronger. So I did. I graduated and left to join Universal Doctors. I fought every day for Himawari and to save people like her, those who can't fight alone. I want to fight with them. I needed someone like me to fight hard for her. Nobody did that for my Hima. They should have fought harder. And now I'm too late. You can't save everybody. I have this guilt that I can't shake off. I feel like I haven't done enough. I feel the need to keep going. Some deep storylines in here. All right. And Macy. It's a happy day. Was she returning him? Steven is finally returning to his lobster family. Happy day, right? But I'm really sad. I'm being a bad human friend to Steven. Yeah, it's okay to feel sad. That's not. Oh yes, of course. Thanks. Bye, buddy. Oh, he came back. Does this mean you want to stay? Oh, he does. He does want to stay. Look, Steven wants to stay with me. Did they make the lobster jump? That is funny. Alright. Is there any other cutscene at night? And I need to find these people. Alice. Perfect. Give you drink. I always knew the tree would get better eventually. But what caused it to be in that bad of a condition in the first place? Nose. Your sister. She is. And Macy, but I don't have what she. Let me give her hers. Actually, I do have guacamole. Being me is such a chore, you have no idea. Don't get me wrong, I adore festivals, but I simply can't afford to miss any. UC is the community's unofficial information hub. It's my duty to get the latest the latest news. I haven't missed a single one, and I don't plan to. She is so funny. Oh good, and Valentina. Oh no, it's not Valentina. Those huge festival decorations have been around since Alice and I were kids, and they still look amazing. Makes me wonder what they used to keep them so fresh. Maybe Millie knows the secret. Victor, I don't have coffee for you. If only Jeff Smith had sipped on my coffee, he'd be throwing money at my shop so fast. We're talking investment city, baby. But he didn't. Oh, and I don't ever see you. Good to see you at the festival. Tina? I had so much fun fishing. I caught lots and lots of fishies yesterday. Holy four. Let me see. Well, you should see the photos I took. You're beaming and Bobby's face is priceless. It's like something out of a movie. All right. Who else? Oh, I gotta find Ben. No, I have. I think I got rid of all my mushrooms. Don't have hers. Favorite. I was. Oh, I can try with Eva the moon pie. That's Sam's store. Okay, anyway, the beach. Carpenter corridor. Let me see. Do you love moon pies? Moon cake? No. Let me try Raj. Worker. Okay. What about you? Do you love mooncake? Alright. Going to try. Perfect. I was gonna try Noah with the mooncake since his mom makes them. Let me speak to Wataru. Jolly days ahead with Pufferfish leaving. I was talking to Frank about maybe selling Mom's mooncakes at the tavern. You know, just here and there. It'd give Mom a fun project. But if she's tired, no worries. Frank's not really feeling it. I'm gonna see what Aaliyah thinks. Do you want a mooncake? Yeah. Let me go to the top. Go home because pockets are full. Oh, Lily. Pancakes. Try not to put so many people starved, but home till 8 and get there. No. Oops. Mooncakes are more than just a treat. They're a symbol of family unity and love. Eating them during the festival feels like honoring a tradition. Okay, well, do you want one? Did you try the mooncakes at the festival? They're really good. My grandma used to talk about them a lot when she told me about her festivals back home. And do you want to hang out after? Somewhere near my house. Or near a, look at the museum. Well, here. I have enough money. I need to stop. Dino. That was nice. I'm glad we could hang out. Thank you. Let me see if there's anything that I have. And still two insects. 5 fish. So many fossils. Need to focus on critters. I do have the 1 gem that I need to donate. I wonder if that'll set me over the edge. Mm. Oops. Yeah, they'd have to go on. I'm not doing that right now. Go with seeds. That means there's something. This gives mead, nice. Aged, nice. Good, okay. I need to move that. You don't want. Okay, where did I put all of the prints? I need to put them all together. Put them here. Oh, thanks. And what are we doing tomorrow? Nothing. Perfect. I have 50 minutes. Wellness. Oh, another locket. I didn't even talk to him. Did I? No. 80K? Oh, the truffle oil. Or he had 12 white truffle oil? That's I didn't even pay attention. 500? Okay. Alright, I think my pockets are pretty empty. So, I need to water plants. I reckon nature's starting to get its groove back. Starts right there with that tree at the lake. I can almost feel the happy vibes radiating off it now. Look up. A lot of birds are migrating south. Goodbye, sweet birds. I'll see you again in spring. Dad's cooking, bless his heart. Might not win any awards, but the man sure puts his all into every dish he whips up. I miss them. Go in here. A lot of stuff that I'm gonna be collecting. Shoot. Where did I put? What's the one that needs to be donated? Because we need to do it now. Unless it was the one that I used. Probably Red Barrel. What? Hmm. Let's sell all of the. Get them out. Okay. R. But would it be here? Yeah, okay. I mean to come in here. Yikes, stop. Right. Where are we getting white truffles? What's going on? Oh, no, we don't want the honey in there. Take the honey out. I don't even know if the oil and the nectar is gonna trigger it. Let me remove it. Alright, nothing processed. And put that in there. Okay. Let me empty some of this. Put it randomly. Let me put this in mining so I'll be able to get it back easy. And I mean, I don't want to. I want to find these people. But it only makes sense. I haven't been getting juice for her. Each pier, and I need a. Yuri. Let me. I'm gonna order the locket, but I want to get to the mine. See, you goddess bless. Chance. I don't know what that means, but maybe that'll help me in the mines. Happy I got explosives today. But if there's no explosives or rope, then Gort, you're gonna have to wait. Oh, good. There's two types of explosives. Oh, we haven't had that. Alright, while I'm doing this, let me. Eat something real quick because I haven't. Ooh. Wow. Oh, there's two. If I'd known there were two, I would have used a... What's it called? I don't think I fought this one. And if I did, it was very recent. Mm. Hi, Darklink. How are you? I'm doing good, thanks. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Here's the last one. Am I full? Yes. Lime goop. Nice. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want the fish. Hmm. What can I drop? Oh, need this. Hmm. And we didn't open. Nope. Hmm. Come on. Come on, game. Give me the opening. Okay. We need a larger area. No, still? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, strawberries and inventory full. Anything I want to drop? Not need those. I mean, eventually we might need the wood. Strawberries. And we don't need more of those. Mm-mm-mm. Shoot. Let me get through here. Oh shoot. Too close. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Gotta clear out quite a bit, so I don't need mushroom. Don't need essence. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, need all of those. This coffer. What can I... There's only one bell pepper. I don't really have... I guess it doesn't matter. Nothing that is bell pepper specific. Oh shoot. Let me make sure. There's no opening. Oop, geode. Ooh. We don't have bronze. Let me get rid of the essence. I have a lot. No? What number am I on? 15. So we have 10. 10 to go. Oh, perfect. And yeah, let's go on down. Okay. Ooh, lots of mushrooms. How is there no... I mean, okay. Okay. How many more? 6. Yikes. Oh, okay, here it is. I was gonna say that's a lot. Alright, mushrooms. Hi, Maricode. How are you? You're just waking up. empty my pockets again. Okay, did I open? Yes. But I kind of want to see what I'll get. My holiday was good. It was pretty quiet, which is good. How was your holiday? Yeah. Sometimes you just need that. Did I? Oh, that's good. Your son's favorite gifts were least expensive. I mean, at least, well, I would say that's what you know now for next year, but no, the age difference will probably show next year. Okay, we got the opening. Aww. Little plushie and onesie. That's cool that that's his favorite. Funny, I feel like that, like it goes full circle. Like when you get older, then you appreciate stuff like that. All over again. But then when they're like teenagers, they don't want that kind of stuff. They don't want clothes or gifts. He's never had a favorite anything yet? Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Okay, he's obsessed with Minecraft. That's cute. Am I done yet? Okay, good. I was like, this is getting to be excessive. It goes down? Oh no. Memory of Gort. Oh. Well, this is some Voldemort stuff. Gort, your potential is boundless. Split your soul, unleash your true power. Yes, Gort will no longer be held back. My true potential, I will seize it. Sometime after. Oh, this is what they were talking about. Gort, stop this madness. This path leads only to destruction. All of you, you've come. Fools, every one of you. Train with us, Gort. No shortcuts to true mastery. This path you choose, it's dangerous. Fools. To eliminate Gort. He's still not. You are no family of mine. You make me feel worthless. And you is no twin of mine. You dare overshadow Gort magic? I am destined for greatness, to be a chieftain of fire. Void, take their souls. Take peace in them. Please. There is still time to turn back. It's too late, brother. Gort claiming what is his. Be gone from my sight. What is that behind him? Yeah, Voldemort. Oh no, Grog, Gong, Gru. I will save you, Gort, even if it's the last thing I do. I won't give up on you. Okay, so that's why he was in the fire mine. That makes sense. You've successfully recovered all of Gort's memory fragments, but do we want to resuscitate him? 'Cause I think he needs to stay where he's at. These memories, Gort, are true essence they are. Return to that warmth, to that unity, we must. Gort, please don't cry. Grog wants to cry too, but Grog, stay strong for you. Welcome back, Gort. Missed your strength we have. Together strong we stand. Gru, happy to see you back. Yes, we all love Gort. Goom. Gort can't get rid of Goom. We are to be together from the start. Now you'll spend eternity with me in a good way, not in a creepy, haunting way. Welcome back, Gort. Heal and rebuild together we shall. Our village and our hearts. Oh, that was nice of them. That's a lot. Oh, shoot. Joko, I don't think I have a sweet potato. Gotta double check. Fall 22. Okay. I haven't even been underwater. Oh, I don't even need that. I wish we could delete it. Take that off. Alright, let me go back. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's some people that I'm trying to give gifts to. Oh, yes. I gotta go buy some of the gifts. Oh, shoot. So because I don't have... Finally, I don't have to crop that tree out of my photos anymore. Odd. Who's that? I never thought I'll see the temple to be... I never thought I'll see the temple to be very enchanting. Whoever doing the restoration is doing goddess work. Okay. Oh, do you happen to grow berries on your farm? I think autumn is the perfect season for berry picking, don't you? Or I need to figure out what do they sell. I should have bought her some juice. It's Thursday. gonna give Nina red velvet. Just random. Okay. Giving you anything else in my pocket, basically. Hey, fancy a drink tonight? You look like you could use one. What does that mean? Okay. Don't listen to anything Senja says about the monsters in the desert. Oh yeah, I believe it. Why? I fought that very one and lost. My friend said some ancient monster awoke in the desert. She said she saw it running out of the cavern's mouth. Yeah, I don't know. She sounded drunk to me. I'm looking forward to going on long walks with my mom and enjoying the beautiful fall scenery. Let me find a... Oh, we should crank up the music a little in here. What do you think? I'm trying to buy some random something. I haven't tried red velvet cake for him. Okay. We found the twins. Sometimes hit the beach with Shyam. We should... Oh, and we play some mean volleyball. Gotta stay active, you know? We know. Valentina, the twins, Lily. Ooh. Who is getting... Oh. Where are you at? You're at home. At 6:30. I always knew the tree would get better eventually. Okay, we said that yesterday. Where is Suki? Oh, I should have got some coffee. I forgot that Raj will take it. Isn't it fantastic? That old tree by the river is looking brighter than ever. This is gonna be good for the inn. Oh yeah. Antonio brought us a crate of green smoothies last week. Oh. Do you like strawberry? Okay, you don't particularly care. Say hello to you. Ooh, what are you doing coming here so often? Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Right. I've been reading The Never-Ending Search for Giant Crops. Is that a thing? Do you have giant crops on your farm? Wow, really? That's fascinating. Who else? Luke. And Valentina, where is she? No. At home? Yeah, she's at home. Oh, duh. Have you seen the big tree? The big gray one? Well, I guess it's not gray anymore now. You know what happened to it? Alright, now you're done for the week. Need Luke. Oh. It was her that needed the locket. Why gift her without... I knew there was a reason I had to find her. Let me get coffee. 30 minutes. Alright, you are welcome, Raj. Maybe we should hang out because I don't know. Raj went up in hearts. Yeah, let's go up. I mean, let's go somewhere so we can go up in hearts again. Go to the bamboo forest. I always do capybara feeding, but I like it. So much fun. Hit me up if you're free. I'm always down to hang out again. Okay. Oh no, I don't have it, do I? I didn't bring it. Okay. Don't crash. Okay. $40. Yeah, that's fine. Mm. Okay, time to go. Foraging level 10. Stamina and health and a skill point. Nice. Oh, Chieftain. Emily. Oh! Perfect. I still haven't figured out what Noah loves, but that's fine. Ranching 29. Cool. Mining, because I got random stuff. Catching. Other. Oh yeah, my random stuff. Randy's birthday. Okay, I was wondering when this was gonna happen. Sure do wait a while. We got mail. Oops. I reckon nature's starting to get its groove back. Starts right there with that tree at the lake. I can almost feel the happy vibes. I think you said that. What was I thinking about again? Sorry, I just got a little lost in the color of the trees. Working on Dad's ranch has taught me the value of hard work and persistence. Cool. Randy's birthday. Lily. What time? Grateful am I for your aid in the Cave of Memories, this tablet of memories, accept you must. With it your memories you may safely revisit. Sunny day only. Please join me at the town hall in the community center for an important announcement concerning our beloved town. This is an occasion you won't want to miss. Sunny day. Okay, so 3 people I need to see. Noah's gonna make us wait for his 10 heart event. Want to see it now. Okay, oh my gosh. So, I don't know if we're gonna do any. Yeah, I may as well do this one since it's Sunday. Raj's coffee. Damn store. And it's Friday, I need to watch TV. The bitch, the bitch, the bitch, the bitch. To the bitch right here. And Sam's. 2 things at Sam's. Um, am I full? Yeah. I'm gonna forget because I said it and I walked past. Go watch the cooking channel. It's a special day today because we're making cauliflower casserole. I don't think I have this recipe. Once you taste it, you won't want anything else. It's that good. Now get out your flour, a potato, and of course cauliflower. Cook, 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 ta-da! A rich and creamy dinner. Need to put these all together. I don't think I'm gonna do it today. Well, maybe I should. But not right now. Oh, I didn't put that away. Something is loud outside. An owl or something? Hey, wish me luck. Good luck. Keep an eye out for me on your TV. That backpack is so big. Okay, they don't want me on the beach. Whoever it is that keeps me to come to the beach, they don't want me on the beach. You want me at the store. And you say the beach, but this is... Does it have to be sunny and windy? Because that doesn't make sense. OMG, have you seen the tree by the lake? It's like totally perked up or something. The sky is so big. Sometimes I just look up and stare at it. I think... Oh. Hey there, Adventures with V. It's good to see you. Everyone's already inside, including Judge Ross. We should probably join them soon. I'm excited. You're excited, huh? I'm feeling the same way. Before we head in, I just wanted to take a moment to say thanks. I'm honestly not sure how you've managed to do it, but our museum, the ocean, our heritage sites, they've all been given a new lease on life. The whole town is looking better than ever. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now shall we head in? Thank you all for being here and supporting our town. Now I'd like to extend a warm welcome back to Judge Ross, who will be officiating our town rank ceremony today. Thank you, Mayor Connor. Good day, citizens of Starlit Town. 11 seasons ago, I stood here before you all and awarded this town a rank of F. In our most recent review, various facets of your town, including the museum, ocean, and heritage sites, they've not only been repaired, but now rival the very best from other towns around the world. It is with great honor that I present Starlit Town with an official Town Rank A trophy. Say what? Congratulations to each and every one of you for your remarkable efforts. Enjoy this moment, Starlit Town. You have truly earned it. Thank you, Judge Ross. I'm looking. They did not put our character in there. It's almost everybody from the town, but not us. Let's continue our celebration outside, everyone. Sam dancing. Congratulations, you revitalized the town by reaching town rank A. Alright. I don't know if it's this house. Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to go to your house too early. Now I need to give their coffee. Our town rank A trophy isn't just a trophy, it's a beacon of achievement, and gosh, does it sparkle. No. You already got 2 good. I'm not talking. I don't need anything from you. Bok choy. Or octopus. Theo. You lost your motherfucking mind. Nobody have 4. I haven't seen the town this united in so long. The rank A party just brought out the best in all of us. Such great memory. I walked by the old pufferfish place and saw those roots. It's like nature's reclaiming what once was its own. Exactly. Believe it or not, you know it's true. Can you believe it? Rank A. The whole town's practically bursting with happiness. I'm so excited. Time for a celebration. You go to Luke's house because I have his gift. There's Taco. That rank A party was something else. Danced so much my hips are still reminding me. Good times though. Those growing roots on the pufferfish building might be odd, but it's almost like the earth is healing itself, out with the old, in with the new. Archie's faces, yes, faces, lit up watching those fireworks the other day. A perfect way to celebrate our rank A. Do you like mushrooms? Okay. 9 o'clock. Where am I trying to go and what am I trying to do? Nina needs juice. Lily, where's Lily? She's at home. Oh. Care about hardwood anymore? Oh, almost everything is at 10. I just need fishing. Combat is what I need to focus on. Still didn't figure out where I'm trying to go. And go to Lily's house. I need to give... That's where I need to go. Go back to Raj's to get those muffins for Leah. Friday. And then I'll get all the stuff for Ling since they're closed. That they can. Thanks for meeting me. Oh yeah, it's a party. Does your dad have any idea of what we're planning? I don't think so, but I don't know about this. I'll feel bad if you go to all this trouble and he acts like he did that day at yoga. That's why we need to make sure he feels comfortable. For one night, the tavern's gonna be the spitting image of the pithy mermaid. That's kind of cool. I don't know. I can tell we're all going to. You're such a positive person. I hope you're right. So what's left to do? Okay, let me think. We still need to get decorations. Sunny can probably help us get what we need. Alright, that's done. And we need to order food. Suki and Alice to help. That's random, not the tavern. And we need to send out invitations. Can you ask Mayor Connor and Leah? Got it, let's get to work. Thanks, I'll handle the rest. I think I only need one muffin. Oh. I realized I could get cookies here too. I just don't pay attention. Oh no, she doesn't have any today. This week, I mean. Yeah, is probably. Leah. Tell me you left already. Of course you're furthest possible point away. You're not hearing me, Sam. I said I need a case of them. A case of daisy seeds? Are you starting a garden? No, I just like daisies now. I love everything about them, especially, you know, the seeds. So give me a case. Oh, jeez. Did your bag just jump? Now, Sam. I didn't let the animals out. Daisy seeds. It's the only thing Kerfuffle will deign to eat. Not sunflower seeds, not pumpkin seeds. You know, food you can buy in a grocery store. Nope. Daisy seeds. He can't get enough of them. I'm getting them. Hold your horses. Well, he's that impatient sometimes. How's Kerfuffle been behaving himself? He's a little monster. He rips up the carpeting, shreds the couch, almost burned my hair off the other day. But he doesn't know any better, and he's just so dang cute. We'll make it through. But I'm still not telling anyone about him yet. This town wouldn't understand. I hope I can continue to rely on your discretion. I found a case of pumpkin seeds. That's not what she asked you for. Daisies, Sam. Keep looking. That's not good. Stop it, Kerfuffle. Be a good boy. No, Kerfuffle needs to go into the cave with his cousins. where he won't burn down stores. Found him buried deep in the back, I might add. What happened here? You should have seen it. Seen what? What a story. You saw it, right? I can't believe that happened. What happened? Save the case for me, Sam. I'll take those boxes on the floor, too. I need to go lie down after all that excitement. Thank you. You better take that case with you. What excitement? You think pufferfish might sell their unused furniture for cheap? I mean, they won't take it all with them, right? It seems unlikely they'd haul everything away. What do you think? But you left. They weren't joking when they said rank A is a big deal. That trophy is practically a landmark on its own. So we're at rank A now, not too shabby. Oh, I missed the second part of what he said. And I think I need to come back in for Emily's. I don't have to come back. Yeah. I made you breakfast. Thought you might like some. Thanks, Sam, but I'm not hungry. I know it's hard, but I think some fresh air might help. How about we take a walk later? I don't have the strength today. Why me? Why us? We tried so hard. It's okay, Em. Take your time. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry that you have to go through this. But you're not alone, okay? Never alone. Some days are harder than others, but remember, it'll pass. I'm here for you no matter what. Without pufferfish looming over it, it feels like the sun's shining a bit brighter on our town, don't you think? Oh, this tree. It does look nice. And this is still not all. Oh my. I don't know why I keep saying inventory full. Today's the day. I keep saying we need to get some hay. I don't feel like going in the mine. I did what, 100 levels almost? can you be available, please? Oh. I kind of had a feeling when I glimpsed the Town Rake teaser on Funlop's website. But seeing the actual trophy is still overwhelming in a good way. Alright, Aaliyah's getting on my nerves. Give you one more chance, girl. You done? No. Rank A isn't just an achievement, it's a testament to what a community can achieve when it believes, perseveres, and works together. Onward and upward, Coral Island. Alright. Can I go in? Now that grass is even growing? Abandoned building. How dramatic. Oh cool, so I can get stamina fruit. Pulled out of everything, which is perfect. How many months between spring? Okay. Spring, summer, winter. Okay, so I skipped fall. And I skipped summer. Or again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and there's books to read. Dear Diary. Something weird is happening near my house. I keep hearing these monkey chants. It's kind of scary because they're so loud. Sounds like there are tons of them. I wonder why they do it. Are they having a party or something? Or maybe they're talking to each other. Sometimes I think about going outside and joining in. I don't think that's smart. Do you think the monkeys would like it if I chanted with them? It could be fun, but I'm still a bit scared. Maybe tomorrow. Bye for now. At 9 a.m., residents of Starlet Town reported seeing gallons of oil creeping into the coral reef-rich waters that Coral Island is known for. In Starlet Town, a large oil spill threatened the coral-rich waters of Coral Island, but an unusual event turned the tide. A strange wind carrying pink petals dramatically reduced the oil, leaving only small puddles and tar balls on the beach. We're not sure what happened, said Connor, the mayor of Coral Island. Mayor Connor shared his surprise, as the town expected a costly cleanup, but instead rallied together to clear the remnants. The mystery of the oil spill's rapid decrease remains, but Coral Island is now recovering well from this extraordinary incident. So Mayor Connor doesn't have a last name. Okay. Beach shack. Oh, I don't know why I thought the beach. Million Yuri's house. Oh, is this her room? It looks nice. Oh, hey. Thanks for listening to me about Himawari. How are you feeling? Better, thanks for asking. We aren't too different, you and me. Found a home here in Coral Island and found plenty of friends. I'm happy to have a good friend like you. No, I'm trying to say hi to Peanut. Okay, cool. How are you doing on this hot sunny day? You know what I realized? Unless I'm looking for driftwood, I never come to this beach. What a waste, what a shame. All this natural beauty I've yet to experience. So I thought I'd come today and just relax, you know? Get away from the workshop, stop thinking about chairs. Just take a day off. That's what I need to get the spark back. That sounds great. Right? I would have thought so too. It's just, I just can't seem to get comfortable. Can't seem to find the right position. Maybe it's the towel, too low of a thread count. That's the problem. Maybe I just need to sit and read my book. Maybe. The sun's shining right on it. Oh, there we go. I don't even like this book. I don't know why I brought it. I know, I'll go for a swim. That's what people do at the beach, right? They swim. They must. So here's something interesting. I have a shark phobia I just discovered. So that's a thing. You seem stressed, Joko. Stressed? Of course I'm stressed. I'm sitting here wasting my time when I should be in my workshop. He's crazy. Day off? Pah. That's not what I need. I need to get back to work. Seriously, sharks can eat you. Do people not realize that? Hello there. Sunny, just the person I want to see. Oh, you want to see me? What can I do for you, friend? You help me get my hands on some fishing nets, life preservers, and oars. Oh yeah. Maybe a rusty anchor too? Okay, I'll check that in the back. Are you planning a fishing trip? We're planning a surprise nautical party for Wataru. Keep it hush. A surprise party? So loud. That's brave. What do you mean? I don't know Wataru. Or no, I know Wataru about as well as anyone can. He doesn't strike me as the type who likes surprises. Yeah, if we told him about it, he'd refuse to come. You're right about that. Well, a little surprise never hurt anyone, did it? I'll see what I can scrounge up for you. Don't mention it. I actually came here to see Wataru. Not Sunny. Really? Whirl in. Oh, it's just taking me to get the party together. Okay, because I was like, no, that was... I don't know what your carpenter corridor. I'm not worried about it. We're going to Coral Inn. Got some stunning shots of the fireworks the other day. Those are going straight into my portfolio. Hi there, what brings you in today? I have a favor to ask. Wako and I are planning a little party for Wataru and we need some food. Urasuki and I can help with that. Should we touch base with him to decide on the menu? Oh no, it's a surprise party. Oh. What's wrong? I'm just not sure. You think he'll want a surprise party? No, but sure, who doesn't like surprises? Haru? I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, it's the thought that counts. So can you whip up some of his favorites? Of course, leave it to us. Wataru's like an uncle to Suki and me. We're happy to help. Thanks, Alice. Hope he will like it. And the other place, I forgot who we said. Nina, stop following us. I don't have juice, and I feel bad. Let me go drop this stuff off. You know what? He gets one more try for this corridor. Because it's good till 2. Alright. Good news. I found another lead on a great place to live. I'm going to get an RV and live next to Ben. He hooked me up with this RV guy. I got a great deal on a spacious 2-seater, 2-bathroom model. It has a kitchenette, a pull-out bed, and gets great gas mileage. I can have you guys over. I can pick you up. Ben promised he'd start me off every day with some morning meditation and a fresh cup of kombucha. He even said I can help him forage the forest for mushrooms. I'll keep looking. That would probably be for the best. Okay, you know what? I don't think I let the animals out. That's unacceptable. Nope, I sure didn't. And it's almost time for them to go back in. We don't need money, so... we're full. Don't need to get their stuff, I just need them to eat. They're not eating up all the hay. Oh my gosh, I only have one space. I know. That can definitely stack, so now we have two. That's all I needed. Grab that one. Oh, what? Nothing I would be doing there. Don't have enough time. Oh, there's the, need to... There's more than just this. I guess not. 3. What? Oh shoot, let's take these back and get the ones for... Oh, I missed that one. And that, let me just move it over. Three, 4, 5. Let me just bring a bunch because they might double up. Actually, it is his birthday, right? Or did I miss his birthday? Oh, he loves coffee. As a teacher, I've never seen my students so elated outside the classroom. The Renke party was not just a celebration, but a lesson in community spirit. Well, I accidentally found out what he loves. Okay, good. I think the diamond is what I need to donate. One of these I need to donate. Red barrel. Ooh. Don't think I had the terracotta soldier. Doesn't matter which one I use. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. So none of those. Did you see those fireworks for the rank A celebration? They sort of captured how I feel, I guess. Like a bright and sparkling testament to our town's achievement. I don't think I have anything to donate, but we will try. Mm. Hmm. Really? Really will move stuff over. Otherwise, it's never gonna be done. Really? I'll put them over here. Not far. Want to stack as much. Let me make this one. Fish. Believe. Bug. That's bug. Yeah, it's not gonna be in. Okay, two more. Okay, so that needs to be sold. Um, so all of these can go. I feel like they should have their own spot. Be tempura. Nice. We're gonna make some money. Oh, I forgot I had tomato soup. Where's Nina? Now that I have juice. Coral in. Okay. Where is Lily? Oh no, I already gave Lily her. You go find Nina. Make sure she's still here. Oh, there she is. When I found out Judge Ross was the one giving out the trophy, I got chills. It's such an honor for our town. But I couldn't be there to witness it myself. Oh yeah, imagine veggies and fruits the size of a cow, if not bigger. Sounds strange, but giant crops are a real thing according to some books here. Cool, right? Still talking about that. Emily should really come here with me sometime. We could have a chat over cheese. How are you doing today? That's nice that she asked that. Let me go to the forest. Actually, I want to see if he's in that room. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Looks like there's food. Does it normally look like that? I don't think so. Uh, how about turning in early tonight? No. See, that's why I gotta leave. I need to get some hay. Halfway through. And he'll understand. Dang, inventory full. Might not have to go anywhere. On the other side. And what is that? Pigs. Let me get home so I can be there before it's late. Oh, because I would have to make another one. I'm a stamina fruit. Luke went up, Randy went up. Oh yeah, because I found out he loves coffee. Oh. Okay, so I do have the 2 best fish. Same price. Oh, I need to get the rose beetle in there instead of the monarch caterpillars. Just okay. Do that. I don't think I've ever given. I don't even think I have a heart with her, half heart. I've had like 2 conversations with her. And what are the new events gonna be? Everybody's at 2, except for him. Couldn't find her. Or actually, she wasn't available. This 10 heart event needs today, maybe? Or he has another. He has a yoga class. But okay. So that must be his 10 heart event for tomorrow. Okay. I was wondering. So today I'm not gonna play that. All done. Do I have any more fruit? No. No fruit at all. Oh, I've even collected it all. Wow. That's maybe a first. And oh gosh, all these rocks. Is there anything? Man, I just need those to empty. Okay. Well, these will be moved out. So, want those to empty so I can have them all go down here. I guess I could put another one because 1, 2, 3, 4. I would need one more. And to make stuff, I can make 4 sprinklers. Ooh. I have enough goop to make 10 replications, slime replications. Not that I need 10. Just excited. And what was the other? Oh, this. Yeah. Oh, when winter comes, I am good to go on making stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna end it here. And yeah, next time, no, next time won't be the festival. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. And I hope you have a good rest of your night.